Well, okay, so apparently if you push the button twice, it'll instantly go to the scene. Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. I grow the orcish fiddler here, fumbling around and breaking things. Keppa, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, my muscles decided to spasm slightly while I was hitting the button on my keyboard, and it decided, well, we're gonna press it twice, and apparently that just makes it instantly go to the scene. No fade. No nice smooth transition. Oh well. Kinda reminds me of the days of live broadcast television, when somebody in the station would press the wrong button and something would go wrong, an ad would play, or it would go to the wrong camera or something like that. Yeah, surprise, exactly. It's like, you know, you go to the, you know, it's having an interview, and then it instantly just like suddenly goes over to the broadcaster who's checking their makeup, or not the broadcaster, the news anchor, and you know, they're checking their makeup, or, you know, reading something and just looking completely like not ready for performance. But yeah, it's Tuesday once again. It is time for some more Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Before we get started, I'm redeeming my own snack. Gonna have a piece of my chocolate here. It's peanut butter filled chocolate from Aldi's. Today's been a little bit of a compressed day. Well, no. What I needed to get done at work was a little bit compressed. The work itself wasn't too bad, though. You missed the peanut butter filled pretzels. I've never actually had those. I'm not a big pretzel person. Uh-oh, I lost some network frames. Seems to have stabilized. Let me reset this. But, do you have a favorite peanut butter? This revelation has fundamentally shifted our friendship. Okay. So my stance on pretzels. I don't hate them. I have to be in the right mood for them. If I like pretzels, or if I want pretzels, I kind of prefer savory, and for some reason, I mean, because peanut butter in the US is usually sweetened, peanut butter strikes me as more of a sweet snack than a savory snack. So pretzels, I like honey mustard. There's a brand that has like broken up thick pretzel bits with honey mustard seasoning. Those I really like. But I have to be in the right mood for them. It's not my go-to snack. But I have not tried peanut butter-filled pretzels before. Convince me, Keppa. I am open. I'm choking on my chocolate. I am open to being convinced. Tell me of your love for these peanut butter filled pretzels. And perhaps when I go shopping next, I'll get some to try. It's more so the pretzel part than the peanut butter part? Okay. Have I redeemed myself in your eyes? I will also see soft pretzels are good. I don't feel that that's the same thing, though. Because that feels more bread than pretzel, if that makes sense. Now that you have 6 jars of peanut butter in the pantry at all times, you should make some pretzels and dip them. Make pretzels? Well, let me ask you this. Do you make soft pretzels or hard pretzels? You make fabulous soft pretzels. Oh, okay. See, I do like soft pretzels, especially when they're fresh. Like, back in the days where malls were a thing, I enjoyed a good soft pretzel from the mall. And actually, my nephew works in a factory that makes pretzels. He actually brought a whole bunch home in a whole bunch of different flavors. And a lot of them were actually pretty good. There was even like a sweet and cinnamon one. That wasn't too bad. They were pretzel sticks, I should say. Once the weather gets dry, you should bake some soft pretzels. I agree. We're probably getting towards autumn for you. That seems like... Well, what's autumn like? Would we say that pretzels and autumn weather go well together? Or maybe pretzels and winter weather? It feels like the kind of thing like warm, fresh bread. It feels like the kind of thing that you'd want to have when it's cooler out, you know? Pretzels is just an automatic yes for you. Okay. So not necessarily a seasonal thing, just pretzel yes. My usual go-to snacks tend to vary. Of course, there's the common snacks, Doritos. I do like the twisty barbecue Fritos. White cheddar popcorn, when I'm in the mood for it. It's not an all-the-time thing. What other snacks? I have this, okay, chili cheese Fritos are one of those things that I will usually get. One, if I'm getting bologna, usually garlic bologna, to have with a bologna sandwich. I don't know why, I just like that particular pairing. And I'll also get them if we're going to be making, like, soft tacos, to add some crunch to them. Like, we got the tortilla shell, we got our taco meat, some cheddar cheese, and chili cheese Fritos. And that's my soft taco. It's really folded up more like a burrito, but, you know, it's whatever. And I have had a bit of a hankering for the sweet Southern Heat Lay's chips. Aldi's made a good sweet Southern Heat one as well. Use crushed up Doritos for taco salads. I've heard that. Salad and I usually don't get along. for me, it's rabbit food. But again, I mean, you were in the US, so you kind of know that a lot of salads are usually made with iceberg, which is just basically slightly green-flavored water. Romaine isn't too bad when I'm in the mood for salad. Baby spinach has been good. There's probably other things I could be convinced to eat. It's just that I don't have the opportunity, and I don't live in an area where fresh food is something that I can commonly get. Down here, our salads are very tomato-forward. Okay. Oh, Keppa, you would have unique insight to this. I have to beg a question of you. Are the tomatoes down there better than the ones in the US? Because tomatoes up here have been on a steady decline in terms of flavor and quality, and just anything tomato-based is just awful anymore. Is it any better down there? Or is this a global phenomenon? You're not the person to ask, you're not a fan of tomatoes. That's fair. I'll admit I'm not a big fan of tomatoes, like just raw tomatoes. Tomato products I'm okay with, like pizza sauce, spaghetti sauce, for the most part. In general, the food tastes a little better down here. Okay. I had a feeling. Because I know the United States does, like, what's the word I want to use here? What do I want to call it? The industrialization of food has caused a severe diminishment in quality in a lot of aspects. There's a lot of things that it does to, like, you know, help make it travel better so that it lasts longer. And if the food has been specifically, like, bred for that, I guess, or hybridized for that, maybe, you know, that can help, but that can also lead to just it tasting not great. One example that I would give is there's an apple here that's a hybrid of Honeycrisp called... Oh gosh, what is it? Shoot, what is this called again? Galaxy something? Hang on, I gotta look it up now. Oh no, Cosmic Crisp. That's what it was called. So apparently Cosmic Crisp apples are a hybrid of Honeycrisp and something else. I don't remember what the other one is. And they have a thicker skin on them. And they're, in general, like it feels like a more durable apple. So it travels well, but it's still really good. It's still really sweet. It does have a different flavor from Honeycrisp. My sister kind of pointed that out to me, and I kind of compared the two, and I would agree. They are two completely different flavored apples. But they're each good in their own different ways. I would say that Honeycrisp does not seem to travel as well, though. It seems to require a little bit more care in its transport. And whenever I'm picking them out, I find a lot more that are damaged and starting to go bad compared to the Cosmic Crisp. You wish that I could experience the food access that you have here, being able to walk 3 houses down to the greengrocer out of a guy's refurbished garage. Yeah, I mean, we do have, like, I have a neighbor who has a farm, and during the warmer months, the grocery, well, what used to be a grocery store, but they burned down and they never rebuilt, they have like vegetables and fruits and stuff. But like the quality of their stuff isn't really as good. I don't know who their supplier is. I don't know. I do need to expand my palette a little bit, I suppose. But I haven't had too much opportunity excuse me, to do that. Well, shall we get started? Oh, hold on, what's going on over here? Oh, okay, they're doing an Easter thing in Second Life. You could probably draw a map from memory of all the food stores around me. Well, that is useful to have, for sure. Yeah, I'm not really in an area where I can do that, unfortunately. When last we left off, we had started to work on the Spirit Temple. We handled the child side of the temple. And now it's time to go in as an adult. Well, there was a lot of stuff that we're missing. Actually, now that I've got these, well, hold on. I need the golden ones to do the one thing. Oh. Right. Forgot about that. Well, what do we do? Grab you. Yay, we did it. This button. Really? Okay, fine. Oh, I have to kill you. Okay. Do we have to do this from behind? Oh, jeez, what am I doing? There we go. Okay, Navi. We understand how doors work. Am I missing a key? What's up there? Oh, okay. Nope, Link. Please. I did solve the mystery. I promise I'm not dumb all the time. Just like 80% of the time. Like now. Okay, is there a reason? One, why the camera decided to shift perspectives, and two, why they didn't bother to put something in for that. But that's okay. The game wasn't designed for this aspect ratio. It's fine. There is no reason. Well, I guess it's for this. You can see when it's safe to come out. Shoot, what is the Song of Time? Not to get the last one. Can I do it this way? Well, not like that. This is kind of fun. Oh, that upsets me. Come on. You have to admit that felt clever, right? Was I just too low? Would have been so creative. See? I'm thinking outside the box because I don't remember half the tools that I've got. Oop, hold on. I can't see. Hold on. Silver Rupee has a very weird hitbox. Yeah, I did seem like it's possible I may have traveled under it instead. Really? Like, I don't want to get anywhere near you. Key? Yay! Oh, stupid meatballs. Why can't I just eat my way through? Did I go this way yet? I don't think that I did. No, I did not. Bye. Okay, well, that was fun. God damn. Hi, Wolf. Thank you, Twin Roba summon the meatballs. Hi, Wolf. Welcome in. How are you doing tonight? Thank you for the jump scare. No, that's good. That's why I have it there. I'm surprised that OK Retrozone hasn't come in to do that because, oh my gosh, so many times that I did an exclamation point demon when they were playing a scary game. What was I doing? Zelda. No. We're very giggly tonight. We kind of are. We were talking about food earlier, though, Wolf. You missed all the conversation about pretzels and peanut butter chocolate and all sorts of other stuff. Compass? Yep. Yay. Now what do I do about this Yahoo? I don't have to do anything, do I? I can just skip them. Yep, hi. I mean, I feel bad for him. He's kind of like, I'm just gonna howl and stripe at this wall. It's like, dude, just climb up it. You know, he'll figure it out. He'll be fine. Ooh, God damn it. What? Thanks. I really need a refill on my arrows. I do not have... Hold that thought. You're gonna run away from all the likes here. Yeah, I probably should be doing that too. Can I grab? Nope, wrong button. Can I? Okay, there we go. No, I don't want to grab this way. No, no. Oh, you know what? Fine. There we go. You also never kill the invisible hand. You're too lazy. What? Okay. What do I get? Thanks. Okay, cool. How was I supposed to know that? Just trial and error? Are you just a recovery heart? You fool! Oh, you fool. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me twice. Dang it. Navi, you want to help here? Hey, Belgian Ruffles, welcome in. How you doing? Oops, wrong way. How you doing tonight? I hope that you are well. We are falling victim to all sorts of traps. Wait, what? Oh, God damn it. Stop it. The enemies are being mean. I'm just not hitting the buttons I need to hit. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Floor master, no touchy, right? See, now I really needed the recovery hearts that they gave me before. I didn't even get to see what was in the other... Was there a chest? I don't know. Well, anyway. Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. Hi, Mr. Explodey guy. We're on the other side of this room. We don't have a key. What to do? Can we get over there this way? Nope. We cannot. Wait a minute. Oh no! I made a mistake. well, any hearts in here that I can get? Come on, cough up a heart. Cough up a heart. Stupid jars. The Sacred Feet's making a comeback. Making a comeback. Yeah, I guess. Okay, that's closed. So I need to, I don't know, do something with both of these buttons. Jeez, can I not? Nah, it's not gonna let me. Well, it did. It's just, you know what? I'm not gonna complain about it. I did ask for it. I don't want to be in this room. Oh, I have to be in this room. Okay, Navi. Oh. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Jeez. Oh, I gotta solve it to get out of the room? Dang it. Fine. I wish I could just pick these up. Don't you do it. Really? That was fun. I just really want to burn a hole in this part of the wall right here. Should be an option to push blocks faster buried somewhere. Yeah, but we're doing vanilla for now, so. Or vanilla-ish. Yay, heart. Gimme. Well, now we're out here. Can I get this? Can I use hover boots to get this? Nope. Well, that was fun. Hang on, I'm trying to take the hover shoes off. It's from the bean plant. Oh, I never planted that. Booey. I have that one bean left, too. Oh, well. Well, since we have to restart now... Well, I didn't go forward far enough. I don't know if those will actually refresh, but we'll see. Okay. Did we do this? Hey, Xenoburbs, how are you doing today? I hope that you're doing well. Hello, JJ. His to you, too. Oh, this remained. Okay. Alright. We're back here. How did I screw this up? What am I doing wrong? So, there is... We need a key. We need to get over there. Is there a target or something? No? Can I climb this? No. Oh, there's a boss room behind this. You're not doing okay? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that things improve soon. One second, I need to adjust how I'm sitting in the chair. There we go. You just need some sleep. You've been up since 4 a.m. Well, I hope you get some sleep soon. I have, I totally understand the need for sleep. I've been sleep deprived for the past week and a half, ever since we started I helped, but Hungry Gorilla's community has started a Project Zomboid server, and me and SG and HG and JJ have all been faffing around with zombies and staying up super late sometimes to do it. JJ, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, like normal people, like a normal person. In fact, JJ occasionally streams normal person. So you should probably follow them and check them out. Wait, what? Oh my god, hang on. Yeah, follow me. Oh my god, hang on. Sorry, I'm like not awake. Okay, S.O. Johnson 1334. There, follow that guy. Watch his zombie shenanigans and Final Fantasy randomizer shenanigans and Fall Guys shenanigans and then the other shenanigans he involves with, like a normal person. You're not terrible. Gotta try the new. Yeah, I saw that in the zombie chat. What flavor was it? You can get back up on the adult side? Well, yeah, I just demonstrated it. I just probably went the really, really long way. Oh, look. There's a little triangle over there. All right. Cream soda flavored Mountain Dew. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because SG said that he is a cream soda fan. Where? I'm not seeing it. Can I just climb up this? No? Okay. Did that thing... What are you doing? Did you see that? It just kept floating up and up and up and up and up. And then it came after me. That's hilarious. I wasn't expecting that. Well. The pot is out for me. It is. Like, it's like, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. And it sure tried. Let me try this up here. I've got these things in the way. I mean, I could just use the hover boots and get here, but... Yay, key. Okay, well, I hear it. Look at that. Look at that. It was aiming for blood. It wanted my blood. Where am I hearing that? That skull is a scarecrow skull. Where am I hearing the Skulltula, though? Here. No? I have to be over there for that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, right, because last week I was like, I need to do this as an adult. Okay. Are the torches are... Okay, that's how I get back. Well then, how do I get to that hand then? Or can I reach it from down here? Switch on the other platform is a red herring. Is it? Okay. Does it at least... It's not a check, is it? Oh, look, right there. How kind of them to provide that. Hey, SG, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? It is not a check. Okay. Well, I want to at least get the chest. Because I'm sure it has something exciting. Like a rupee in it. Like 5 rupees in it. No, Jason! You have everything to live for! Oh boy. Can I just... Yeah, I can just go. Cool. More of you. I missed. Oh, what were you again? Vulnerable to fire. I could have gotten all 3 of them if I'd really tried. Uh-oh. I'm sure there was a much better way, much more efficient way to do that. Did I do it? No. In fact, I did not. Is it... switch? Are you a useful thing? I'm gonna call that decidedly less useful. Well... Oh boy. I get to figure out which of these is solid. Actually, do that. Yeah, that's for that. It's useful when you don't have the ability to make fire. Yeah, but I do have the ability to make fire, so... Alright, let's pick eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, mo is not correct. Okay, how about... Nope, meanie is not correct. Okay, how about eeny? Nope. Okay, fine. Miney? Shoot. Can I get you to come over here? No. No, can you? That was fun. Oh, look, it's you again. I did it. Was that the intended solution, or was I supposed to do something else? Hi. Hello. I like your hammer. Axe thing. It is okay, cool. Well, that's a funny way to do it. Well. I bombed your seat. I didn't get away quick enough. Here, you want to do this? I need a refill. Thank you. That was a wrong button. That's what I was trying to do. How about this one next? Can you break this for me, please? Thank you. I don't think a shield is going to help here. Wasn't quick enough. Okay, I need more hearts. Oh, bullshit. More free hearts, please. Okay, come over here, please. I'm in a bad spot. Oh, geez, that was lucky. I'm gonna eat your hearts. How come monsters have 3 hearts? Is this the... Wait. Is this the direction I'm supposed to go? Oh, okay, I guess it is. Hi. Shield? Yay! How shiny! The shield's polished surface can reflect lighter energy. Press R to use it. Yay! Pretty shield. Look how shiny. It is very shiny. Cool. And I gotta figure out which direction to go. Actually, I don't know if I want to save there. Oh no. I can't get more hearts now. It looks so fashionable with the Goron tunic. Yeah, I guess I could do that. There we go. Yay! How are we on map? There's still 2 chests on this level, 2 on that level, and an unexplored section in this level. Felt like it was gonna fall off there. Oh boy. Any others? No. Oh, you dropped arrows. Thank you. What about this room? Was there a problem with this room that you didn't like, Kepasagi? Ooh, I want those. Just climbing that without long shot. Do you have to? I mean, you normally have long shot by this point because you needed it for Water Temple. Oh, you mean the randomizer, I gotcha. Yeah, you might not have it for that room. I understand. Sorry, vanilla thinking. Thanks. Slipped right over my head. Yeah, I figured it out eventually. Okay. You go back to the previous room? Yeah, give me a second. I don't want bombs equipped. Oh look, fun. What? Okay, that didn't do what I thought it was gonna do. What are these? Oh. Okay. I was like, they look kind of like doors, but not. Okay, I guess I can't do anything about them, so. What, you got something hidden behind you? Oh, there you go. Oh, how am I supposed to do that? Hang on. Can I just do this? There we go. Oh, okay. There we are. Link's so cool in his red suit, kind of like a medieval Santa. Kind of. Yeah. Whoop. Ew, I fell down. Yeah, there must be a pretty big stream delay. And here's the boss key. Yeah, but instead of, like, Santa giving away presents, Flink is getting all the presents. Like, now we got the boss key. Okay, well, now we've done that. Now we can proceed. It occurs to me... Ha. It occurs to me that it's going to be kind of difficult. I can't do this, can I? That's what I thought. Because the air is solid. Is this sun? Yeah, okay. That was fun. I want the heart. No, I don't need more magic. Let go. Okay, this is not reflecting any sunlight, so we need to do a thing. EO porcelain is being... I just take the damage from the firing and use the iframes to open the boss key chest. I guess that's one way to do it. Okay. Is this glass? Or do I need to hit that? Like, can I break this? Okay. It's reflective. I'm guessing. Yeah, I probably have to take the light from in there and then put it in there and then it comes down and then I hit the sun. Alright, so let's see. Air is solid, but bars are gaseous to a sword. Oh my gosh. I hate that so much. Hi. What happened there? It's so bad. It kind of is. Oops. What? Hang on. Go back further? Hang on. Where was that chest? Is it a goodie? I mean, it's not bad. Oh my god. Nut. Nut. I need this to go some other direction. Wait a minute. I wanted to eat its heart, darn it. Oh well, it's fine. Game. Oh, okay, bye. Still missing 2 chests. Maybe we can explore them later. Whoops, that was dumb. I made a mistake. I gotta go all the way back up there. Wait, I don't want to go up this way. It's gonna be easier to go this way. The iron chains? Okay. Yeah, I need to get back up here first. Do I have to use hover boots or do I long shot? Okay. Fun fact, you can hook shot the nipples. Ho ho ho. Looks like someone is here, Kome. Hee hee hee. Looks like it, Kotake. What an outrageous fellow he is to intrude so boldly into our temple. Ho ho ho. We should teach this outrageous fellow a lesson. Hee hee hee. Oh, loyal minion. Destroy this intruder on our behalf. Okay, well, at least we've had a little practice with this. Practice does not make perfect, however, especially when the camera's being stupid. Ah, damn it, my finger slipped off the control stick. Okay, I want this. Oh, look, it's from the intro. Where am I? Gasp! Well, looks like she's back to normal, Kome. She's just a little girl, but she commands a lot of respect among the Gerudo, Kotake. Gerudo? I don't know. Maybe we should make her work for the Great Ganondorf for a little while longer. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Then we should brainwash her again. Okay, bye then. Wait. Can I do this? Damn. Hammer? Oh, yeah, good point. Aww. Oh well, it was worth a try. What about this? Nope. Put it away, dum-dum. I wonder if I should turn the sensitivity of this thing down a little bit, or at least increase the dead zone. Oh, okay. Okay, time for fun. Look at that stupid kid. He came on his own to offer himself as a sacrifice to the great Ganondorf. Yeah, this fight. With my flame, I will burn him to the bone. You believe in me, thank you. With my frost, I will freeze him to his soul. Also, cute snakes on the platform. No, dang it. Oh, come on. Yeah, this would be great if you were both within my line of sight. Do they just randomly fly around? There, jeez. Navi, you are not helping. Yes, please. I'm not terribly good at this particular one, Xenoburbs. There we go. You don't need a Z target. Yeah, I'm starting to discover that that's not very helpful. Are we hooking nipples? Not yet, Argok. Dang it. How do you go after them when they're behind you like that, though? Oh, god damn it. Offer heard and accepted. Okay, let's get serious now, Kotake. Okay, Kome. Kotake and Kome's double dynamite attack. Wink and boobs. Okay. Turn the magic attack back at them. No? Okay. Link, seriously? She gave me the funny feelings inside. Oh, for fuck's sake. Whoops. You fucking thing, learn to aim. It helps that, well, I had to hold it up. That's my mistake. That's the bad part about this phase. You make one mistake and the cycle is completely off. I always thought that that was intentional. Thank you for the GGs. Shoot, what a fresh kid. This time we'll get serious, right, Kotake? What? Hey, Komi, what's that above your head? I don't know, but you have one over your head too, Kotake. But I'm only 400 years old, and I'm just 380 years old. We're twins, don't try to lie about your age. You must have gone senile. Who are you calling senile? Is that how you treat your older sister? We're twins, how can you be older? Yeah, how heartless you are. How can you be so ungrateful? You're heartless. You ungrateful. Okay, bye. I'll come back to hunt you. Thank goodness that's done. Yeah, I always thought it was intentional to try to get you to waste time with, picking up... I mean, maybe I should have skipped the first one or something? Or I guess the first two ice and then grabbed fire? But yeah, if you have fire on your shield and you get hit with ice, it counters however many charges of the other element you got. Kid, let me thank you. Look what the little kid has become in the past 7 years. A competent swordsman. By the way, I really messed up. I was brainwashed by those old witches and used by Ganondorf to do his evil will. But isn't it funny that a person like me could turn out to be the Sage of Spirit? They're so, what's the word? Argumentative? And now I'm going to fight them as one of the 6 sages. I'm going to pay them back for what they did to me. Kid? No. Flink, the hero of time. Those last 2 chests are invisible with nothing important in them, obviously, but of course, checks for the rando. Okay, I'll have to try to remember that, and I'm going to promptly forget. So whenever I go finally to do a randomizer, I'm probably going to need your help extensively. Instead of keeping the promise I made back then, I give you this medallion. Take it. You've received the Spirit Medallion. Naboru awakens as a sage and adds her power to yours. We can hold hands, I promise. I appreciate that. If only I knew you would become such a handsome man. Those two lines are not necessarily connected. I should have kept the promise I made back then. Too late, Nabaru. You gave me your spirit medallion. Flink, the hero. Finally, all of us, the 6 sages, have been awakened. The time for the final showdown with the King of Eagle has come. Before that, though, you should meet the one who is waiting for you. The one who is waiting for you at the Temple of Time. I mean, we already went through my tiny hole and got the treasure inside. Yeah, this is true. Wait a minute. Remember it eventually. Is this it? No, this is Minuet of Forest. No, I didn't want to hit. Oh my god. You know what? It's fine. I mean, technically, she was also waiting for me. Oh my god. Stop! Trying to get over here! Oops. I'm gonna have to, like, make a printout of these songs and put them, like, on the side of the monitor. With Final Fantasy, I actually have maps printed out for routing. I have been waiting for you, Flink. Nice butt. Flink, the hero of time. You have overcome many hardships and awakened 6 sages. And now you have a final challenge, a showdown with Ganondorf, the King of Evil. Before that, I have things I want to tell only to you. Please listen. No, not this cutscene. Yes. Another unknown legend of the Triforce, passed down by the Shadow Folk, the Shikas, whatever you want to pronounce them. I don't know. If you would seek the sacred triangle, listen well. The resting place of the sacred triangle, the sacred realm, is a mirror that reflects what is in the heart. The heart of the one who enters it. If an evil heart, the realm will become full of evil. If pure, the realm will become a paradise. You refuse to believe this as canon that we have 2 separate entities. The Triforce, the sacred triangle, it is a balance that weighs the 3 forces: power, wisdom, and courage. If the heart of the one who holds the sacred triangle has all 3 forces in balance, that one will gain the true force to govern all. But if that one's heart is not in balance, the Triforce will separate into 3 parts: power, wisdom, and courage. Only one part will remain for the one who touched the Triforce, the part representing the force that one most believes in. If that one seeks the true force, then one must acquire the 2 lost parts. Those 2 parts will be held within others chosen by destiny, who will bear the Triforce mark on the backs of their hands. "7 years ago, Ganondorf, the King of Thieves, used the door you opened in the Temple of Time and entered the sacred realm. But when he laid his hands on the Triforce, the legend came true. The Triforce separated into 3 parts. Only the Triforce of power remained in Ganondorf's hands. The The strength of the Triforce of Power enabled him to become a mighty evil king, but his dark ambitions were not satisfied. To gain complete mastery of the world, Ganondorf started looking for those chosen by destiny to hold the other two Triforce parts. The one who holds the Triforce of Courage is you, Link. And the other, who holds the Triforce of Wisdom, is the seventh sage, who is destined to be the leader of them all. It is I, the Princess of Hyrule, Zelda. I apologize for meeting you in disguise, but it was necessary to hide from the King of Evil. Please forgive me. On that day, 7 years ago, Ganondorf attacked Hyrule Castle. I saw you as I was escaping from the castle with my attendant, Impa. I like how Jason is in it too. I thought I should trust the Ocarina to you. I thought that would be our best chance. As long as you had the Ocarina in your possession, I thought Ganondorf could never enter the Sacred Realm, but something I could never expect happened. After you opened the door of time, the Master Sword sealed you away in the Sacred Realm. Your spirit remained in the Sacred Realm, and then the Triforce fell into Ganondorf's hands. He went on to invade the Sacred Realm. Ganondorf had become the evil king, and the Sacred Realm became a world of evil. All of this is an unfortunate coincidence. I passed myself off as a Sheikah, hoped that you would return. I waited for 7 years. And now you are back. The Dark Age ruled by Ganondorf, the evil king, will end. And Flank, having fallen in love with the Twink Ninja, was crushed by Zelda's deception and ran off into the waiting arms of Ganondorf. The end. Yep, that is the canon ending. The 6 sages will open the sealed door and lure Ganondorf back into the Sacred Realm. I will then seal the door to the Sacred Realm from this world. Thus, Ganondorf, the evil king, will vanish from Hyrule. Flank, in order to do this, I need your courage again. Please protect me while I do my part. And here is a weapon that can penetrate the evil king's defenses, the power given to the chosen ones. The Sacred Arrow of Light, with 3 exclamation points. You got the light arrow. Set it to C, and your arrows will be powered up. The light of justice will smite evil. That rumbling, it can't be! Princess Zelda, you foolish traitor. I commend you for avoiding my pursuit for 7 long years. But you let your guard down. I knew you would appear if I let this kid wander around. My only mistake was to slightly underestimate the power of this kid. No, it was not the kid's power I misjudged. It was the power of the Triforce of Courage. But with the Triforce of Wisdom that Zelda has, when I obtain these two Triforces, then I will become the true ruler of the world. If you want to rescue Zelda, come to my castle. Okay, we are missing some items. And only 3 heart containers. So 12 pieces of heart, because I don't believe we get another heart container in the game. Let's see. I don't know. I thought these gloves get a power-up. I'm not sure if I can get this yet. Time to invoke the power of the gaze. Yeah, we will do that. Oh, wait. Do the gloves get an upgrade, or is this sufficient? Okay, yep, this is not sufficient. Okay. And if I'm remembering correctly, the golden gloves are in Ganon's castle, right? I don't even know how many... Let me ask you, Kepisagi, are there checks inside Ganon's castle? Or is at that point the game kind of figures you're done? Because I know with Final Fantasy 1... I mean, there are checks, but they're not usually in logic, because it's at the end of the game. Unless you've got, like, unless you have open access to Temple of Fiends, in the past? It depends, okay. Well, let's gay out here. Flink, can you hear me? It's Raru, the sage. Depends on settings. Okay, that's what I kind of figured. We 6 will gather our power to create a bridge to the castle where Ganondorf dwells. The castle's keep, which is known as Ganon's Tower, is protected by 6 evil barriers. Bring down the 6 barriers and save Princess Zelda. I feel fabulous. Happy Pride from the sages. Yes, if only it was Pride Month. But you know what? Every month is Pride Month here, so happy Pride. Happy Pride all the time, everybody. As I say often when I wrap up stream, you deserve to be you. And if anybody wants to stop that, you can conquer those challenges. I know you can. Usually the trials are not needed to access Ganondorf. Okay. Well, is that just is a setting you can turn off then? Alright, don't really want to do the other major things that are left. I kind of want to keep moving forward. Yeah, you can set trials required to any numbers 0 through 6. Okay, well that's handy then. Can I do other tools? Probably not. Whoops. Oh, I got it anyway. Yay, thank you. I mean, I probably could have just run through it. Evil-looking door. Really? I guess I don't have to deal with you. Oh, really?
Watch out!
What? Grab. Thank you. Okay. Oh, see, now it's not going to do it. What? Stupid thing. It is finicky. That was silly. Sunlight? Hello. Okay. No, go away.
ahead.
It's been a while since I had to do this. Okay, well, clearly touching it is a bad idea. Okay, clearly jars don't work, but I do get nut. And gee, do I nut it? Okay, nutting on it doesn't help. Oh wait. There we go. Not even the best weapon in the game works on it. The spirit barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, kid. Two birds with one stone. Mostly. Really? Is that not a torch? Okay, my aim is just bad, that's all. There we go. Hey, Iron, welcome in. Thank you so much for the hydrate and the stretch. And the snack. Oh, I just had a whole bunch of snacks before I started stream. Alright, well, let's stretch first. Let me get up and stretch my legs. I have to get up anyway to find a snack. Oh. Oh. Oh, dear. I need to get my chair out of the way. I have such a cramped space here. I really wish that I had the ability to fix that, but oh well. Stretch my other arm. What shall we have as a snack? And then we shall hydrate afterwards. Did I? Oh, no, I didn't take my pills, did I? Whoops. Well, we're going to hydrate and take pills. Because we forgot. And no, pills do not count as snack. But I do need to get them ready. Okay, so we'll take that. Put that there. What are we having as snack? How about some chocolate? I had some peanut butter chocolate at the start of stream. We're gonna have some more now. Let's add that to snacks. It puts me at 106, but it's fine. This is the last of my peanut butter chocolate. I'm going to eat half of it now. And then I'll have half of it either if somebody does another redemption or if somebody decides, or if not, then I'll probably do it after stream. So chocolate and pills and water. Which sounds like the Hollywood diet. Oof. Okay, so, peanut butter and chocolate. Thank you for the snack. How are you doing today, Iron? I hope that you're doing well. What is that emote? That's cute. Doing good? That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Peanut butter is very sticky. It's good, though. Num, num, num. It's a good reminder to take a moment for yourself and enjoy something that brings you pleasure. Find something that brings you joy. Embrace that joy, whatever flavor it comes in. Especially if it's chocolate flavor. High quality chocolate especially. This chocolate's fine. Like, it's not super high quality, but it's a lot better than a lot of the American stuff because it's made in Germany. It's Rainforest Alliance certified. Lovely. Now for pills. And hydration. Okay. All right. I feel better. I feel slightly more prepared to handle this dungeon. Which is not to say completely prepared. Oh, fans. Oh, boy. Oh. Well, okay.
Watch out!
The feats, yes. We must rely on the divine feats. Uh-oh. I missed. Remember having to relearn all these trials when you start doing pot sanity? I don't know that I'm ever going to have the skill for that. Let's try not to miss this time, hmm? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, okay. No, 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 no! Okay, well, thank you for being so forgiving. Okay. Really? Okay. That's not gonna work the way I hoped it would. Game, come on. Cursor. Look how the arrow was pointed at her. The forest barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, Flink. Yeah, disappear before the arrow pierces you. Okay, that's 2 down. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, that means I'm gonna have to use a bottle, aren't I? Oh, where'd you go? Oh, arrows. Need those. No, you fool. Yay. Heart, gimme. Give me the ice trap. Oh, okay, I'll take it. Oh, woo, hey, Reppin', welcome in. How you doing tonight? I hope that you are well. Fine, I'll use a red potion. Just have to go out and refill it later. Just in case I need another one. Better to have it ready and then not need it. Oh no, what is this nonsense? 2 minutes? I don't remember what I have to do. Hang on. What have we got here? Ooh, fairy. Yay! I I have a fairy. Good orc. Ivan approves of holding onto the blue fire. I mean, I suppose I'm gonna have to go back and get it. But the fairy... Do I have to hold onto the blue fire? I'm just triggering all these. I'm sorry if I make you dizzy. How are we doing? Doing alright. How many of these things are there? Jeez. Oh, they grow back. Okay, that explains it. Ugh. Fine, I'll go get the blue fire. Fun or fun? You know, Ocarina of Time, that kind of fun. Which doesn't answer the question one bit. Yeah, yes. Okay. Do the things go into this hole? Okay, apparently they do. Cool. Where's the other hole that I need to cram this into? That's not the right hole. Oh, there's the hole. Hang on. I had to find the hole to put this in. Oh, wait, no, I did it wrong. That's not gonna work either. I think I screwed it up. Hang on. Come on, corner with me, please. No. Wait a minute. I might have screwed it up anyway, but hang on. Let me see what this does. Okay, well. Hang on. It's small and pathetic compared to your streak, but here it is. Maybe it'll... Well, I appreciate that all the same. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Repid. Yeah, I'm not terribly worried about streaks. That's just a sort of a personal thing. For me, it's like, if you're here and hanging out, I appreciate it. But if I am second monitor content, that is also perfectly fine. And if ultimately you're just not able to make it because of life, that's cool. Life happens. And life is important. Real life should always take priority. Why am I not braining this? It's because it's in 3D, and I usually have a better time with these kinds of puzzles if I'm, like, looking at them from above. You lose streaks all the time for whatever reason? Yeah. I had to actually... So, one of the things that Twitch is kind of like... Okay, I'm gonna go into a little bit of a... Like... Wouldn't call it a rant mode, just like a be wary kind of mode. So... Attention is a currency, and I appreciate that you are spending it with me. But bear in mind that companies want to take this currency from you as much as they can, and they use a lot of psychological tactics to do so, one of which is fear of missing out, and things like retaining, you know, a momentum of some sort, which streaks kind of represent. It's very easy if you're the kind of person, kind of like I am, who can feel compelled to do this. So if you recognize it, don't feel as if you have to be compelled to develop streaks, because you're playing into the psychological game that Twitch has created. And if you want to play that game, that's fine. But like I had like too many channels with too many streaks. No, I'm calling myself out, Keppa. So I had too many channels with too many streaks. And I had to break a lot of them purposefully because I felt like I was being spread too thin. So the instant you start to feel that, like, I don't want you to feel any kind of, like, compulsion when it comes to, like, hanging out here, maintaining a stream or any streak or anything like that. If you want to do that, you're welcome to, but be aware of the game they're playing if you choose to play it. That's the thing that I want to say. We've already established we're practically clanmates, so calling yourself out calls me out. Okay, that's fair. But I do appreciate that you're here, regardless of how many times or how many times in a row that you've been here. You are appreciated. You're all cherished. You're all loved. So thank you. But at the same time, just be mindful of how they are trying to consume this currency of attention. Okay? So I will not be upset if you have to break a streak. It is perfectly fine. And with that, I get to figure out how to do this. Can I climb on top? Okay, good. Maybe I'll get a better idea of what I'm doing if I'm up here. I need this to go down. So... yeah, I can't do that because there's a hole there. Okay. I can't do that. So, how do I get it to... You have some valid points, but at least I can do to try to show up for my friends who make the time for me. Well, I appreciate that. Oh, I know what to do. I figured it out. Figured it out. Let's see if I can do it with the minute I got left. See, I stopped streaming years ago before we met specifically to lighten your viewing load. You're so thoughtful. Okay, don't reset, please. Let me in. Oh. I did it! Oh wait, you still got me on a timer? How rude. What happens if the time runs out and you've already solved the puzzle? Does it kick you out? That would suck. Let's see. Well, I mean, Keppa, if you feel like streaming again at some point, you know, nothing stopping you from doing that. Where would we be without Keppa? I agree. Lost and confused, running around free and out of your cage. You can't have that. Oh, that fits Rebel so well. Hello, fish boobs. The water barrier is dispelled. Hurry up. I'm not gonna think too hard about how fish have mammary glands, considering I've basically made a species of lizard that are proto-reptilian mammals, and they have mammary glands, so you know what, this is fine. Ruto can have all the boobs she wants. As many as she wants. If she wants 6 boobs, all power to her. Well, you'd have to reset up everything on the new PC. You thought about it for if you ever get back into speedrunning. Well, I mean, there's lots of people who do like watching speedruns, so I'm sure you'd be able to find an audience. Plus, you know, it works. Ugblut's community, unfortunately, well, his Discord doesn't have, like, a way to sort of, like, broadcast. But, you know, there's a lot of overlap in communities between, you know, Ugblut and Eros and Neil. Plus, you know, Reppin's community and just, you know, I think you got people who would want to watch. In fact, y'all should follow Kepisagi. That way, you know when they go live. You left every time you get a shout out, and that's the speedrun game that comes up. Can I... hang on. This isn't gonna work. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. Let's see. I need to figure something out here before... Let's do that. There we go. I don't want to accidentally have bombs on that, and I don't know how to turn that off. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to turn that off. There's not a way to turn that off. That's awful. You need some nourishment? You'll be back in a bit. Awesome. You'll have to tell us what sort of omnoms that you are enjoying when you get back. What have you selected? This looks too far. Okay, that's what long shot is for. Hang on. I think I know what to do. Come over here. Navi, you want to help? Oh, okay. Oops. Really, game? That was the wrong button. Is this just a matter of, like... Yeah, you're never gonna hit that thing, and it sucks. I hate it. Well, you know what? I don't have to. Well, that was bad aim. What? No! Oh no! Well, that sucked. Oh, you jerk. Leave me alone. No. spikes. I don't need money. Ooh, no, my arrows! I needed those. I don't need magic. I mean, I do, but... Stupid. Well, okay then. Why is that down there for? Is it just invisible? No. I don't know if I can reach that. Also, what is this plate? Well, that's not it. Nope, not gonna make it. Oh, that was close. You ate way too much food tonight, now you're paying for it? Oh no. Well, was it delicious food? What'd you have to eat? This is the wrong arrow. Wait a minute. I'm being stupid. Too high. Too low. Oh, bullshit. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Take those off. You made lasagna for a work potluck tomorrow, not yet baked. When you home make the sauce, you always end up with some left over, so you make a small side lasagna that you usually experiment with. Different cheeses, layouts, and fun stuff. Ooh, that sounds interesting. So what kind of experiment did you have too much to eat of? And okay, I messed this up. Alright, I see what I have to do. I do not have enough arrows. Oh, god damn it. That was not nice. Don't touch me. Okay, I can still see it from here. Stop it. I don't need these. I need arrows. Please have arrows inside. Yay! Thank goodness. Jeez, I could have been doing that this whole time. There. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. I missed. I missed again. Oh, hello. Are you... Are you... Hello? Golden gauntlets? Tonight's experiment with lasagna was a 3-cheese lasagna. Yes, these are non-traditional. Please don't judge me too much, Wolf, as it's for leftover ingredients just to get rid of them. Swiss cheddar and provolone. Of course, the work lasagna is all traditional, mozzarella with some parm sprinkled in. I like experimenting with cheeses. Swiss cheddar and provolone sounds absolutely delightful. How did it taste? You found the golden gauntlets. You can feel even more power coursing through your arms. Grab with A and lift stuff up. Okay. Now... Oh. 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 Oh no. Well... I mean, at least I got the thing. How am I supposed to get over there now? Because if you look, like... I see it? I don't know if I can see it. It's so far away. Oh, I can hit it from here. Okay. Wait a minute, what am I doing? Why did I think that I would magically have the leg strength to jump that gap just because I got the stupid thing for, oh my god. I went the wrong way. I'm gonna read your comment instead of dealing with that mess. It tasted great. Yellow cheese is an odd flavor profile for lasagna to have, but to be truthful, the top layer baked really hard, so it was not easy to cut with a fork. It was tasty, but definitely not as good as traditional. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, I would say that, I mean, it depends on how sharp the cheddar is, too. I will say that. I usually prefer a milder cheddar, but we usually get extra sharp for, like, our taco stuff, but I just use very small amounts. It's one of those things where it's like a little bit of flavor goes a long way with cheddar, depending, like, if it's really sharp. Provolone I like a lot. It's milder, it's a little bit closer to, like a mozzarella. Swiss, it's sharp and use cheese slices, not shredded. Oh, that would do it. Yeah. If it was sharp and... Yeah. Okay, I can see why that maybe didn't turn out quite as intended, but it's a learning experience for next time, right? Let's see. Hey, Geppo, welcome back. You didn't get to see my many failings. In fact, this is the first time we're doing this, and we're gonna do it without any errors at all. Wait, I should have gotten arrows. That's okay. I don't need arrows, we're an expert. We're gonna get it right the first time. It was fine. If your traditional lasagna was an 8 out of 10, the experiment was a 5 out of 10. Pleasant, but not excellent. Okay. Still too high. Really? Oh no, we're out of magic. Well. Bye. Which one is this? Purple? We'll come back to do purple in a bit. Besides the ingredient situation, your dumb butt just ate too much and you're like painfully bloated. Well, there's an easy way to fix that. Have a jolly poop. Yeet. Didn't feel like you were pushing too hard when you were eating, but you definitely should have eaten less. Her hand gesture is like, come on, Flink, pay up. Welcome, Flink. I am the Great Fairy of Courage. I'm going to enhance your defensive power. Receive it now. Your defensive power is enhanced. Your defensive power has been enhanced. Damage inflicted by enemies will be reduced by half. When battle has made you weary, please come back to see me. Titties. Okay. You hope people love your lasagna at work tomorrow. You have somewhat of a reputation of cooking good food to the point where people look forward to your dishes at work. Double defense, DD, titties. It's very true. It's almost like that should be on a t-shirt. Yeet for titties. Can I eat these? No, okay. Hooey. Can I lift him? I can. We're just showing off. He is strong. Although the golden gloves help. Okay. So I'm going back out to kind of restock on some things. Well, look, it's Sans. Yeah, this is Flink. Oh my god, Sans Undertale. It's true. He was in Hyrule the whole time. Keppa, do you know if there's a way to remove an item from the D-pad? Can I sell you this? Nope. Well, I'm just gonna drink it in front of you, lady. Oh, phooey. On regular Ocarina of Time, it's always Ocarina and Boots. First 4 notes of Megalovania play. Maybe the first 4 of the most recognizable notes in modern gaming. Yeah, the... this is not where we get Ultimate Potion. Yep. Ultimate Potion, sure. Wait a minute. This is not where I get out of here. I don't know if this was faster or not. Across the rainbow of gayness, rainbow of pride. I don't know the first 4 notes until it becomes the first 7 notes of that song. You know what? I didn't restock. Yeah, I need to go restock. Oops. You only have powers of recognition with classical music. You can't warp here! I've never seen that before because I've never tried to do that. It was the wrong song anyway. Shoot, I don't remember what the... Wait. Yeah, I believe that that is a gift as well. Kappa is gifted in general. That is something that I kind of have an ability with as well, Reppin. It's just like certain sounds I've heard too often, and it will actually annoy me. Like I know when, like, wait, is it nighttime again? When did it become nighttime? What the heck? Wait, no. You can tell when things are samples, like so many games and projects use the wolf howl from Warcraft 3. You even pegged it in a local casino radio ad. Yeah. Oops, this is not the store. This is the way to the store. Yeah, this is where we need to go. Yeah, there is a door opening sound that I've heard from Daggerfall. That every so often I'll hear it and it's like, hey, I know that stock sound. And there's other sounds as well. You don't sell arrows, you jerk. That's because you're a potion shop. He's like, ma'am, this is a Wendy's. You've sought a Kong. What did I just say? You've sought a Kong. I should learn to speak more slowly. You've caught a song from SimCity 3000 used in an episode of 24 that sounds crazy, but you confirmed it. Did they get permission for that? You miss the SimCity 3000 soundtrack? I have not played that game at all? I think it was SimCity 2000 that I played. EA has the... oh my god. EA has the rights to the soundtrack, so you're sure that they were paid for it. Yeah, they would chase that. Probably need a bigger quiver. But I don't remember where those are. Also, fun fact, did you know that the Wizard's Peak song from Spyro is the same song used in the Amanda Show credits theme? I have not heard either, so no, I did not know that. Something something make you quiver, kept a wink. No, I need a bigger quiver. But look, it's this. This is the first time we have been here. Oh, geez, that was a little close. Not too low. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Then I didn't need to do that the whole time. I'm confused now. Do I just... No? How do I get over there? Precise manual aiming with a stick is evil. Absolutely it is. It's the biggest frustration that I have with these games. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hang on. No, return. Oh my god, you piece of shit. Dang it! Precise anything with a control stick. Oops. Heading to Lurksville, need to take a shower. No worries, Reppin. Enjoy your shower. I hope you have lots of fun getting soaking wet. And soapy. And clean and fresh. Be there soon. Reppin slowly looks behind him. Put away blue button is here. Alright. Can we do this without completely biffing it? Oh look, I could have gone this way the whole time. Freaking game. That's not gonna work. However, this will. Oh my god, game controller. The shadow barrier is dispelled. Please save the princess. If you crouch while holding a pot, you'll break it at your feet. Okay. Yeah, I gotta remember this. It probably does. I'm just stupid. I'm a dummy. I want to know what's in there before I do this. You're gaslighting yourself. You know it works as a child, but only if you have a shield. Oh, okay. Oh boy, fire, my favorite. No, don't. No, don't. Wait, hold on. If I do this. There we go. This thing just wanted us to have divine feats. Is that gonna make me? No. Okay. The sacred feats. What did I say? Divine feats? Close enough. Six of one, half a dozen of the other. Right. Uh-oh. Well, at least it saved the progress. It would have been very rude if it had not. Yeah, it works as an adult. The fire barrier is dispelled. Hurry up, brother. Where'd you go? Open, please. Yay for key. For that door. It's in here. No, you fool. For this one. Yay, heart. Thank you. Do we have more ice? Yep. So that means your ice? Yep. Let's see. So you should be a heart. Nope, your money. Okay. Well, you shouldn't be ice. You should be something else. Yay! Okay, well. Give me, thank you. Okay. Whoops. Okay, you know what? How'd I get up there? Hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay, where's the last one? Stop it. Yay, I did it. No, don't you do it. The light barrier is dispelled. Hurry. The dog is immune? Of course the dog is immune. He's Jason. He's immune to everything. We did it. Hooray. Time to fight Ganondorf. Yes, before we do that, I am going to use the washroom real quick. So I will be right back. And I will go hydrate as well. Thank you, Ironhead, for the hydrate. And I'm also stretching as well, in case you do that. Yes, because I know you're going to ask me to stretch. But I'll have the other half of my snack when I get back in. In fact, I'll do all that. Okay, I'll be right back. Thank you for waiting. Let's see what happened while I was gone. Time to give Ganon Daddy a hug and a good nutting. Is that a tactic? Can we nut Ganondorf to cause him to pause a moment? And SG, thank you for the Lucky Orc dance. I don't know why I'm bringing that out. I don't need to rest my arm on it. Okay. Well, we've had ourselves a bit of a stretch to get up and about, but I will go ahead and give another stretch. Final phase, you can nut his tail for damage. Really? That's interesting. Good stretch. And let's hydrate. Actually, while we're at it, some other things I need to take medication-wise. Take that. And take this. Okay. The maximum meme run is using bottle for tennis and nutting the tail. Oh, I'm not that skilled. I'm not that talented. Nope, nope, nope. I don't think that's going to be in the realm of possibility. All right. Maybe you show it off on Saturday? Yeah. We don't need to mess with this, do we? Right, now I want to eat your heart. You know what, screw it. That worked out surprisingly well. Which way was entrance and which way was exit? I think we go up. He doesn't take fire damage. Pink heart. Oh, arrow. Not that I need it, because I think I had a full pack. Oh boy, 2 of you! Hooray! Hello. I'm getting sloppy here. Hang on. Okay, hearts. Stupid thing. Fucking hell. Gonna head to bed. No worries, Wolf. Hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and we will catch you later. Nighty night for now. Get a store here. Well, apparently this is not where I climb. I think I actually get a restore when I get up here. This is pretty. The music is the combination of like the pretty stained glass windows and like the menacing music. It's a little bit discordant. He even plays the organ. You know he got the lower body strength. He's not even sitting. He's playing it standing up. The Triforce parts are resonating. They are combining into one again. The two Triforce parts that I could not capture on that day 7 years ago. I didn't expect they would be hidden within you two. And now, finally, all the Triforce parts have gathered here. These toys are too much for you. I command you to return them to me. Flink, I can't help you. Because of the waves of darkness, I can't get close. I'm sorry, Flink. Oops. Oh, it takes more than one hit? Okay. Work. No, you jerk. Okay, that sucked. I could just stay down here. Okay, so I need to act faster than that. Oops. Dang it. Judging spaces in a 3D space, or judging distance in a 3D space like this is really difficult. Oops, I messed that up. I'm doing my best. Too late. Link, don't play with your sword in the middle of this. Seriously, holy shit, why am I bad with this? I forget what this is about.
That's just an attack, I assume. Okay. Thank you, Keppa. Really? Phew. That's one part done. The great evil King Ganondorf, beaten by this kid. Flink! Thank you for the GG part 1. Flink earned a topping rights. Ganondorf, pitiful man. Without a strong, righteous mind, he could not control the power of the gods, and... Flink, listen to me. This tower will collapse soon. With his last breath, Ganondorf is trying to crush us in the ruins of the tower. We need to hurry and escape. Oh no, it's a load-bearing boss. Please follow me. Whoops. Thank you, Flink. Now let's hurry. So go to the random script escape sequence. Yeah. It's like, Zelda, you wanna do your thing? The days before a physics engine could, like, handle all of this in, like, an organic manner. Gosh. This collapsed tower sure does look like a largely flat arena. It's over. It's finally over.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, princess.
Flink, I'm sorry I couldn't help you in the battle before. What is that sound? There's no way he's going to hold me back again. This time we fight together. Ganon, I really have no idea what his weak point is. Wait, no. Whoops. Yeah, I'm sure there are fast strats, but it wouldn't be as cinematic. Flink, the Master Sword is here. Hurry up! Use the Master Sword. Destroy Ganon with the Sacred Sword. Well, nice to have, but... I need magic bottles. Is that what you meant? Going under his skirt? Wrong button. Yep, there's a lot of going forward and back between the legs. Bombs? That's a choice. I'd like to be more magical than having to use a potion. Excuse me, but... Okay, well I'm gonna have to be using the potion soon anyway, I guess. Yay! That's what I was I'm using my power to hold the Evil King. You use your sword to deliver the final blow. And you can totally just not do that if you want to. So we're gonna finish the game. Sages, now! Thank you for the GGs. Ancient creators of Hyrule. Now, open the sealed door and send the evil incarnation of darkness into the void of the evil realm. You. Curse you. Zelda. Curse you. Sages. Curse you. Flink. Someday, when this seal is broken, that is when I will exterminate your descendants. You so glad I picked this game back up? I'm glad I did too. The ship of Harkinian port is really cool. As long as the Triforce of Power is in my hand. There's Jason. Someone please clip that. I'm trying to get a drink of water. Oh, that was good. I saw something in the distance and I'm like, is that a ribbon? What is that? And then the dog comes zooming forward and then it's like, hi, Jason. Photobombing the last scene. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Thank you, Kepasagi. Thank you, Flink. Thanks to you, Ganondorf has been sealed inside the evil realm. Thus, peace will once again reign in this world, for a time. All the tragedy that has befallen Hyrule was my doing. I was so young, I could not comprehend the consequences of trying to control the sacred realm. I dragged you into it too. Now it is time for me to make up for my mistakes. You must lay the Master Sword to rest and close the door of time. However, by doing this, the road between times will be closed. Flink, give the Ocarina to me. As a sage, I can return you to your original time with it. Okay, that was a little glitchy. When peace returns to Hyrule, it will be time for us to say goodbye. Now, go home, Flink. Regain your lost time. Home, where you are supposed to be. The way you are supposed to be. Hop in the portal, Jason. Hurry. Hey, HG, welcome in. Thank you, Flink. Goodbye. It has been immortalized. Thank you, Keppa. I appreciate that. Well, what a trip down memory lane. And thank you for the GGs. So the ship of Harkinian port has quite a few interesting enhancements, I would say. Iron, thank you so much for your donation of a Riker. With this, we can provide clothing, shoes, and over a week's worth of food to help an orc get back up on his feet. The donation is greatly appreciated. So we have not 100%ed this game. We don't know every single check that's possible. But the goal was not really to 100% the game. It was really just to help re-familiarize me with most of the game. I'm probably still going to have to use some kind of a guide. And Keppa provided me with a link to a really good tracker. There's also an internal tracker, though. So I'm going to have to fiddle around with that. The question is, we got most of it. Yeah, we got a pretty good amount of it. But to do randomizers, especially if I want to do like a community archipelago, I'm probably going to need to know more than most of it. I'm probably going to need to know some of the, the hidden secrets and things like that. So trackers will help. Your experience and insight will also help Keppa. But now the question is, what are we going to do next week? Because, I didn't think that far ahead. Don't I have a list somewhere? No, I do. Oh, that was a little laggy. I don't know if that's my system or not. Oh, okay. I guess it was a desync of the music. I thought I'm not using the PAL version. Oh well. Okay, bye Navi. We're gonna go hang out with Ivan from now on. She's like, okay, well that was fun, bye. Bye forever, Navi. Yep. The age of Ivan is finally upon us. It's true. Ivan's gonna be a much better guide. But yay. And clappy claps. Oh, I got the Triforce on my hand. Wait, did I not die? Did I not game over? I'm sure I gamed over. No, I think every time I died, I was revived by a fairy. Maybe? No, I thought I died once. Okay. My understanding is the Triforce on the back of his hand means a condition has been met. And originally I thought it was you beat the game with only 3 hearts, because you can actually do that. But maybe the triangle on the back of the hand is if you beat the game without a game over? TCC run? TCC? Why is my brain not thinking? Oh, 1cc run. Oh my god. Sorry, HG. My eyeballs are not functioning. 1 credit clear. Is that what I did? Is that what the Triforce is for? Is that a 1cc run? Or is, well, I mean, like... Here, I'm going to look this up. I don't know if that's normal or not, because I don't remember ever seeing it on the original cart. What was that? Oh, God. You're not sure, you're just wondering if you didn't get a game over if that would count. Let's see. Ocarina of Time. Triforce. Oops. Triforce on... Oh my god, I cannot type. Force on back of hand ending. Okay, cool. That doesn't help. Okay, I'm not actually sure. Just wondering if I didn't get a game over if that would count. I don't know. Does anybody remember? What? I'm that's a Scarecrow theme, right? Oh, that's right, because I, like, did it super fast. You have no idea? Okay. Well, spewing around in tunes and... No. It's the... Hang on, I'll have to show you. Okay, let's hop out of here for a second. Okay. So that's what it's playing. Which that's what it normally does. But I was trying to do it super fast. And it sounded like that was one of my earlier attempts. Because I just wanted something easy to remember, but I wanted something that would play quickly so that I wouldn't be, like, standing here waiting for some long thing. In fact, if we go back, let's see. Where is... Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I have to be there as a... Okay. Let's go outside. I think I have to be a child to do this anyway. Uh... So I'll show you exactly what's going on at that time. We're hearing all the songs. We are hearing all the songs. Okay. Now... So, or at the Scarecrow. We will see. Exactly what we heard. Oh no, it's you. I don't have to talk to you, do I? Good. I'm just gonna ignore you, Mr. Owl. Sorry, owls kind of bother me now. I've mentioned why before. Like, they're perfectly fine creatures. It's just that the certain aspects of their physiology just sort of gross me out. Okay. That song you played for me stays in my heart. So that's what we're hearing. Just me quickly doing this. Just me going around in a circle with the C buttons. Yes, that's what it was. There was one time I was trying to do a different song at one point. Forgot it. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of important to get to different parts of the game, too. There was... Been so many years since you played Ocarina of Time. You're gonna have to give it another... Have you done this on your channel, HG? And by the way, for those of you who are not, follow Hungry Guria. She is an awesome retro streamer with a very soothing voice. And she streams multiple times throughout the week. Usually a different game on Friday at noon. And just an absolute pleasure to hang out with. You're very welcome. You haven't streamed it before. You played Majora's Mask, though. So I wonder whether or not, because you did a randomizer for Faxanadu, right? I know. I think you did. It's been a little while. Because I know you've done a lot of different Faxanadu streams. I mean, you do them every year. There's a setting to skip having to set a Scarecrow song. It will summon the Scarecrow just by pulling out the Ocarina. Well, that's handy. Faxanadu Randa is something you've done. Zelda 1 as well, but extremely slowly. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I was playing this, was to figure out, like, sort of de-rust, and then maybe do a Zelda Randa, or an Ocarina of Time randomizer one of these days. I don't know when I'll do that. But one of these days. What was the song from... what was it? It's from Star Trek The Next Generation, The Inner Light. How did the melody go? Okay. What was it? Oops. 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 Ah. So you have to get that higher note, you have to use the control stick. Oops. Mm, no. What was the note? No, that's off. I don't remember how I did that. I used to be able to do the whole first part. Oh, does it? Maybe I did that. No, that wasn't it. I used this to hit the note. Yeah, I don't know what I hit to do the rest of it. But yeah, like me and a buddy of mine were like playing around with the Ocarina and just sort of like trying to figure out different songs. And that was one of the ones we worked on. Um, I would never be able to remember the song. I have a hard enough time figuring out like the in-game songs. Trying to remember, you know. Oops. Yeah, I messed it up already, see? No. Nope. You would do this for so long as a kid. Yeah, I mean it's something you can play around with. And then if you wanted to, like you could record it on the Scarecrow. In fact, here, let's see, can we? Okay. So now that's saved as our Scarecrow song. So now if we do this, oops. Oh, we don't. Never mind. Okay, so this is the song that'll just play at the end, I guess. I don't know if it shows up anywhere else in the game. Can you share a clip? Absolutely. In fact, Kappa, if you want to share the clip that you took earlier, you're welcome to do so. Just in case anybody missed the hilarity. The Oops song? Oh no. Hang on. Now I need to look at this. Hang on. Oops. Oops. Ah. I guess it was an oops song. Thank you for the clips. I appreciate that. Okay, so that Jason one, that one's pretty good. I'm gonna load that up and I'm gonna watch that later after stream because I want to see that. It tickled you. Well, it was a lot of oopses. I mean, I don't claim to be any kind of grand musician or anything like that. I have zero training. Unlike Kepasagi, who is classically trained in music. I I kind of don't have that training. And it's fine. So there's a lot of oopses when I fiddle around with anything regarding music. This is why, even though I went with the branding Orcish Fiddler, the whole thing is like, I may not know how to play a fiddle, or I may not know how to play a violin, but I fiddle around with lots of other things, hopefully without breaking anything. If I were to actually like something I kind of considered was like, should I like purchase a violin and do like music learning streams? And then I thought to myself, I'm gonna have precisely 0 people wanting to listen to that mess. I have very little experience with actually figuring out music in general, and 0 experience on a violin. You have a good ear training, but the instrument's not straightforward. Good luck. Yeah, like I've played a little bit on piano. That's about it. And not even like, well, no, I guess I have played a little bit on an actual piano. Mostly it was like a digital keyboard. Oops. Violin's one of your best instruments, but you're far from a pro. You haven't played in years and years. Yeah. So, I don't know if you've hung out like when I'm opening my stream, HG, but I know that I've shared the 7 songs for 7th Saga with you before, because I know you liked 7th Saga for the Super Nintendo, and it takes a lot of those songs and it plays them on the cello, and the performer, and I think he also may have like done the composing. I'd have to look at the credits again. But he did such like a wonderful job. And a lot of the music that he played for that series just kind of resonated with me. That's just, okay, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It is a good adaptation of the music, absolutely. You'd say the same, you strictly sing badly and play the recorder quite well. Oh, don't even ask me to sing. If Wolf was still here, he would probably be able to attest, because we used to hang out with, like when Diffuse Moose did VR chat streams, like just VR chat hangouts. One of the things that he would do would be karaoke, and I tried to participate, but I was not any good. That was really not any good. But I got too nervous, and that kind of makes it harder to sing because your throat gets too tight. It was a lot of social anxiety, so that didn't help. But I tried. Vocal control is not something that I have a lot of practice in either. Here, I'll pause for a moment just so that let's do this instead. There. That way we got kind of the nature music. Excuse me. But I definitely, can understand how there's a lot of work involved in practicing all that stuff, because that's just not something I have a talent in. I would say that my talent at this point and the skills that I've developed are more with the written word. Didn't realize it's after midnight. You're off to bed. Well, you're very welcome for the tunes, and thank you, HG, for popping in to come along with us at the end of our journey and revel in our victory. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams, and we will catch you later when it's zombie time. Nighty-night. In the meantime, what do y'all think we should do next? Like, obviously not tonight. We're going to be wrapping up here shortly. But I don't know what I'm doing next week. Like, I have no idea what I'm doing next week. I do have a list of things that are on the table. We can have a discussion about those if there's anything that piques anyone's interest. For example, wait. Why is Super Mario Brothers 3 on here? Did I not do that? I thought I did. Excuse me. I'll have to look that up later. I have some Apple II computer stuff on here for Scholastic Microzine and various text adventure games. Not very exciting and certainly not graphically impressive, but just stuff from my childhood. Um, I have Mass Effect on here, the series. I would have to very much pace them out because those are very long games. Darklands for MS-DOS. That is also a long game, and I'm not 100% certain how, like, what all I have to do in that game because it's been so long. SimCity for the Super Nintendo, Lufia 1 and 2 for the Super Nintendo, World of Zine for MS-DOS. I did want to mod that, like, so that I could have all orcs, but that's proving to be a little bit more difficult than I thought it would be, so I might just play it normally. We played Daggerfall, so we've got Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind. So the Elder Scrolls series. The Breath of Fire series. I know that Hungry Guerrilla was not a big fan of the first game, but I have a special place in my heart for that game, for purely personal reasons that have nothing to do with furries. Ogre Battles, Tactic Ogre, the Nintendo 64. I guess that's Ogre Battle 64. Also on the agenda, but I am less familiar with those, so that would be very much a fill around and find out kind of game. Fire Emblem, that's another possibility. That was actually, we had a choice between Fire Emblem, one of the GBA games, probably the last GBA game, or Final Fantasy Tactics, and the vote went to Final Fantasy Tactics. There's Final Fantasy VI. If I play that, I'm probably going to be looking at either a ROM hack or the Pixel Remaster. I do have the 1.0 cart, so, like, I have totally nuked my cart before using Realm's Sketch Glitch. We can't really do that with ROM hacks or the Pixel Remasters because that's going to be fixed. Phantasy Star as a series as well. I do... 4 is a classic. I know HD wasn't too terribly fond of 2, which I definitely understand why. It was a product of its time. But I have some nostalgia for Phantasy Star 2 because my neighbor played it, and I just remember walking over in the winter and, like, playing that with my friend. We didn't get very far. I don't even think we got as far as, like, the first major obstacle, which was retrieving TM and going across the bridge. I have not beaten Phantasy Star 3. I have not beaten Phantasy Star 1. I do have a modified version of Phantasy Star 1, though, that actually uses, like, the Japanese FM music. So that's going to be much easier on the ears. And that was kind of the thing that I was not really waiting for. I was, like, trying to figure out, like, do I want to play a remaster of it, or how do I want to go about it? I think that's going to be the best balance of, like, the retro feel plus everything else. But what do you guys think? What should we do next week? Are there any of those items that stood out that are like, you know, we should do that? Of course, there's also playing a little bit more of this and just faffing around with a randomizer. Like, let's take a quick look at some of these settings. So we've got seed settings. We've got advanced, beginner, default, hell mode, and standard. Well, I would probably be a beginner, but I don't know what that does. You have no skin in this game, but your ears were drawn to Lufia? Oh? Have you played either of those games before? Or just the randomizer? Let us do a quick reset here. 2 you played a lot of, and no rando experience with that series. So my understanding is that a lot of the rando for Lufia 2 is going to be basically Ancient Cave, which is just basically a roguelite using the Lufia engine. Lufia 1 is definitely early SNES RPG. I enjoyed it. I would say, like, for an early Super Nintendo RPG, it's pretty good. I would say maybe the story is... the story's fine. The story's fine. It's I would say it's very anime in a sense. But it's fine. So let's see. Closed Forest determines if Kokiri Forest can be left for the for the Lost Woods Bridge or the Deku Tree. On means Kokiri Sword and Deku Shield are required to access the Deku Tree, and completing the Deku Tree is required to access the Lost Woods Bridge exit. Deku only, Kokiri Boy no longer blocks the path to the bridge. I like how they call him Kokiri Boy. He doesn't have a name. But Mido still requires the Kokiri Sword and Deku Shield to access the tree. Off, Mido no longer blocks the path to the Deku Tree, Kokiri Boy no longer blocks the path out of the forest. You know what? We're not going to bother reading this. We're just going to go ahead and jump in. Real quick, I do want to see something. Audio? No, bug fixes. Where are the bug fixes? Enhancements. Oh, fixes, right here. Okay. Maybe that needed to be disabled. Extend certain credit scenes so the music lines up properly with the visuals PAL only. Maybe I should not have that enabled because I wasn't using the PAL version. I didn't realize it would screw up the NTSC version. So, whoops. Who knew? It'd be nice if it just automatically detected like which version you were running, but I guess not. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, randomizer. Plandomizer? I don't know what a plandomizer is. Random relevant Navi hints. Random rupee names? Okay. Custom key models. Okay. Quest item fanfares. Play unique fanfares when obtaining quest items, medallion stone songs. Note that these fanfares can be longer than usual. When it says unique fanfares, is that like unique to the randomizer or just like... Oh, it's probably the original fanfares. You're gonna have to head off for bed. You already stayed up too late to see the ending. Okay, well, I suppose we should wrap up. We'll figure out what we do next week. We'll put Lufia on the table, maybe the first one. And then we'll figure out when to do the second one. If anybody has any feedback, we do have Discord. You're welcome to shoot me a comment somewhere, anywhere. And maybe we'll do something short next week just to fill in. As a reminder, Friday I will... not this Friday, because I believe Reppin is doing something else. But very soon here, we will be streaming on Fridays, starting probably around 8 for Neverwinter Nights with Reppin and Argok. You can go through the ship options with me sometime as well. Okay, yeah, we'll probably do that when I'm ready to actually do randomizer. I might look at this a little bit tonight. But yeah. Let's see who's online. See if there's anybody we want to say hello to. Who do we got? Who do we got? Who do we want to say hello to? Pokemon Champions. Let's go say hi to Artibarian. He's playing some Pokemon Champions. It looks like they're just getting started. So we'll go say hi. I want to thank you all for coming along with me on this journey, for hanging out with me tonight as we conquer Ocarina of Time and relived a moment in our childhood. As we wrap up, though, I do want to remind you all that you matter, you're important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.